Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me clearly? If you can, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me clearly. Good evening, everyone. Perfect. Yeah, my name is Nelson Bakalipiri. I'll be the lecturer and the coordinator for this module, Management Economics. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the announcements earlier that I made. Yeah, first of all, the other one was made by Prof. Fred. Then the other ones we made by me. I made the one for this link. I also made the one about the study guide. Yeah, so before we proceed, just confirm by thumbs up as well. Have you all seen the study guide in our page for 2026? Have you seen the study guide? I did upload it just a couple of hours ago. Have you seen the study guide? If you have, you can give me a thumbs up. All right, perfect. Also, another thing that I want you guys to confirm. I believe in this group, I have two groups, probably potentially two groups. I'm not sure, but I want to check. Do I have guys from the Domfontein campus in this class? If I do, can you raise your hand up? I'm just checking if I have any DFC students in this class because normally I do. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dombi. All right, perfect. All right, just send your, yeah, you can type your student number and let me just stop this. What is ringing? Yeah, sorry for that, guys. So can you type your student number and your details on the chat? I will need to create a group for you guys. Yeah, normally I do have two WhatsApp groups running. One for the APB campus, which is the majority of you guys. Then the other one for the DFC group, because I normally do have a small group at DFC. Sometimes it's 10, sometimes 15, but I normally do get a small group from DFC. So can you type your details in the chat box if you are attending a DFC? And I believe those who are, yeah, also, you can, yeah, I wanted you to type your numbers as well, like your phone numbers, because I want to create a group as well for you guys at DFC. Yeah, if you can, just type your phone numbers as well so that I can get updated. I believe your timetable says Thursday, right? Is it Thursday? Just to confirm the DFC timetable. You say you're scheduled to have management economics on Thursday, right? To confirm, you can give me a thumbs up if I'm correct. It's normally on Thursday, the class for the DFC group. Was it supposed to be on Thursday? You can confirm by thumbs up if your class was scheduled to be on Thursday on the initial timetable, just for future planning. Or was it supposed to be on Thursday? Anyone from DFC group to confirm your timetable? Because I don't have it yet. Yeah, if there's anyone from DFC who can confirm. Was your class supposed to be on Thursday, guys, according to your timetable? Because I don't have it. Was your class supposed to be on Thursday from the DFC group? Anyone can confirm if you're from DFC? Or type it on the chat box if you're shy. Just type it. I just need confirmation if your class is indeed on Thursday. Yeah, I'll come to the APP group. Come to the APP group. If was your class supposed to be on Thursday for the DFC group? Okay, you'll confirm that. Just need to verify because I want to check your timetable. All right. As I initially mentioned, my name is Nelson Bakadepiri. I'll be your coordinator. All right, that is fine. All right, that is fine. Thank you, Katiso and Dasive. So normally it is structured in this manner. Yeah, for now I was requesting the phone numbers for the DFC group so that I can organize them. Yeah, I think I will create links for WhatsApp for the APP group because, yeah, there are quite a number of you I know. I'll create a WhatsApp link for you. For the DFC ones, I'll just take those ones that you've put it here, then create a group as well as put a link to it. Just wanted to find out if there are people from DFC. So as I was saying, Normally for the APB group, we have classes on Monday. This is what the past groups have shown in the past 4 or 5 years that I've been in charge of the module. Then the DFC group, we have classes on Thursday. That's normally the structure. That's normally how we do it. But yeah, I will check out the numbers for both. So I'm projecting a study guide there. You check I'm projecting a study guide. Just some general information there. Yeah, my name is Nelson Bakali Piri. I am the module coordinator and lecturer. So this is the textbook. I'll come back to that one. So some important things to note are, just come to here. So your semester test 1 would be on 15 August. Yeah, there you go. We've study unit 1, which we're going to cover today. Study unit that we're going to cover on 20 July next week. And study unit 3 that we're going to cover on 27 July. Then we're going to have other classes, semester test 2 on the 7th, as well as your exam. If you see the study guide, you will see all the information. So what is important for now is our class, as you saw from the announcement earlier. This is a hybrid in the sense that we will have some online classes and we'll have face-to-face sessions. So most of our classes will be online. Face-to-face, if probably is leading up to a test or an exam, we normally have a revision session, which is normally face-to-face to cover the content that we would have covered online. Yeah, normally first week, we have the face-to-face one where I introduce myself, but because of some logistical problems, we were not able to have our face-to-face class, which is going to be next week if you saw the announcement that I made earlier. So next week, you're going to see me for the first time. Then you're going to meet me face-to-face. Then we'll continue the content. Then mostly, like I've already said, it's going to be online sessions. So online sessions between 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Yeah, roughly there. But I normally I don't use the full 1 hour 30 minutes. For the Banting group, it's going to be Monday. Then for the Soweto group, for the Domfontein group, it's going to be Thursday. Yeah. I'll post the link for both classes that are going to be online. Okay. But since you have joined up today, that is fine because I can see I have some guys from DFC as well. But normally Mondays for the APB group, then Thursdays for the DFC group. In as far as your class tests are concerned, like the test 1, it's normally written in the slot for your class. For instance, the Banting group, probably you write on a Monday, then the TFC group you write on a Thursday. And for transparency, normally the questions are slightly different, but more or less the same concepts, just a few adjustments there. Obviously, you can't write the same paper if you are writing at the same dates. So it's either I decide that, or sometimes if it allows, we write at the same venue, but probably it's going to be 2 different venues, one for DFC and one for APB. That's how the class tests will be administered. Then you have your semester test, obviously, that are going to be communicated. Then you have your exam that is going to be communicated. But as far as your semester test 1 and 2 are concerned, you normally write them during your class time. And the dates are those ones that are written on the study guide. So on your part, you probably need to get this textbook. This is the textbook. I'm going to project it. So I know most of you are probably having your first exposure to economics, which makes getting this textbook quite paramount. Please try to get this textbook as sooner as possible, because judging from past experience, most of you are probably encountering economics for the first time. So the sooner you get the textbook, the sooner you get used to the concepts that we use, the sooner you get customized with whatever contents we're covering, the easier it's going to become, because you see your test 1, there's going to be a lot of theory, though there are calculations, but it will be theory which you need to get started on. Yeah, the slides, I did upload them. Yeah, and looking forward to working with you guys. I would clarify some of the aspects in our first face-to-face session when we meet up next week. Yeah, I'll be handling all the queries in terms of if there's anything, if there are consultations as well. We're going to discuss that going forward. And yeah, put your best foot forward. Economics can be a bit challenging, I've noticed with past groups, since this is a new subject to you. Most of you tend to struggle in the earlier weeks, but you pick up later on. This Asaka, you've end up. Go ahead. I think you have a question.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
In terms of the textbook, if you can't get it, is it going to be a problem to carry with your studies and you
Come
just
again.
use it?
I don't
If
hear you quite clearly.
if you can't get the textbook, is it going to be a problem to carry on with your studies?
Yeah, and as much as possible, I would want you to get that book, Asaka, because it is important, especially if you are doing it for the first time. You will see that my slides are not as detailed, so relying on the slides might work to your detriment. So you need the background, you need the textbook, so that you can get yourself familiarized with the contents of the chapter and the module overall. So I strongly recommend that if possible, try to get the textbook. Are you comfortable with that?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I was about to say before I get started, I believe in an interactive style of lecturing. Yeah, I believe we interact, we engage, we communicate, whether we are face to face or in an online environment. I'll be checking on you to understand. Yeah. So you see, after every 2 or 3 slides of content that I'm going to cover, I'm going to ask if there are any questions. And if you understand, you give me a hands up. You being engaged sort of shows me that you guys are following. And if you have any questions, you can ask. So expect engagement from me. I expect engagement from you. Also, attendance. Attendance is important. If you attend, it makes things easier because I know that I'm going to give it my all and make you guys achieve your objectives. So, as long as you participate, you attend those sessions, I believe this module, you're going to find it pleasant. So, attendance and participation, quite important in class. Yeah, are there any questions before I get on to the slides? Are there any questions regarding what you saw on the study guide or what I've just introduced? Do you guys have any questions? If you do, you can raise your hand up, but otherwise, if you're good, give me a thumbs up before I get started. Are you guys comfortable so far?
I have a question, please.
Yes, go ahead. I think Tsipo has a hand up. Go ahead. Before I come to you, Ara Mehwa.
Okay, Butepo can go.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask about the textbook situation. Let's
Mhm.
say if there's an old textbook that we are able to access, whether it's in the library or some another shop. Um, like, will that also be another suitable pathway to be able to help us to understand economics, or must we strictly follow this pathway? We have to get this ebook
I
and
I know that one is actually correct. As long as it might be an older edition, correct? But if it's the same author and the same book, even a previous edition, I think it is sufficient because the objective is for you to have an exposure of the contents of the module. It's not specifically this textbook, this edition, but if you're able, like you're saying, to get a textbook somewhere, might be an older version from somewhere, I'll be happy because all I want you is for you to get the content. Are you answered there?
thank you, sir.
Yes, Arame, you had a question there before I go to Pomolo.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Ria.
All right, Ria.
I just wanted to ask in regards to the format of attending classes, is it
Yes.
possible for you to coordinate with our financial management lecturer so that when your class is online, their class is also online? Because today we have online class with you, and then we have a physical class with the next lecturer. So I just wanted to find out if that is possible.
Hey, that one is a tough one because our departments are a bit, yeah, we are not, there's no that coordination between the departments. And with my physical sessions, mostly it'll be just before you write a workshop. Yeah, and it's highly likely that that workshop might be on a weekend, maybe Saturday. Yeah, you won't
Okay.
be a workshop during a weekday. I'm aware that some of you guys are working. So if there's a workshop before we write, if I organize a workshop just to revise some of the contents, it might be on a Saturday. Normally, that's how customarily I do it. Other than that, a session might be maybe if I want to hand over scripts to you. Let's say you've written your assessment one, and the following week after I'm done marking, it is to be face to face since I'll be wanting to hand over the scripts to you. So those are the circumstances where we might have a face to face session, right?
Right. I understand. Thank you.
All right. Pomolo, did you have a question?
No, sir.
All right. So are you guys happy? Are there any questions? So largely we are going to be online, but there are some classes that necessitate us meeting face to face. Like next week, it's gonna be face to face because I want to meet you guys for the first time. Then the other face to face session would be a revision workshop for test one, maybe even test two, and exam revision. So those ones are going to be face-to-face sessions where I get you to one venue, either at DFC or APB. I'll see the logistics around that. Then the other physical session might be when I give you your scripts. Let's say you have written your assessment one. Maybe you and I've posted the memo. Maybe you have corrections and I want to hand over scripts. So by default, that one will have to be face to face. But other than those reasons that are specified, largely your classes will be online. Monday for APB and Thursday for DFC. Largely, that's how it's going to work. Are you guys comfortable with that?
Yeah, yes.
All right. So you can give me your thumbs up before I continue so that I can see that everyone is on board, everyone is comfortable with what I've said. All right. So today I'm not going to cover a lot. Yeah. And I'm just going to cover the introduction. As you will see from my introduction today, this module is quite technical. There is theory. So I just want to warn you from the start, especially for test one, you'll see there is a lot of theory. So if you're planning to get that textbook, try by all means to get it this week and get started. Otherwise, if you leave it to the end, yeah, you will see that you might put yourself under pressure. Your test one is on let me check again. I did say it. Your test one is on the 15th of August. And that one is, yeah, on the week around 15. I'll cross-check that date again, just to confirm, but should be on the week of that one. So there is not a lot of time. If you look at it in physical terms, there's not a lot of time between that date and now. So if you leave it too late, you might not have sufficient time to cover that module. I just checked on my calendar, 15th of August. Let me check. I think 15, let me check 15th of August. Let me verify that one. I think it falls on a Saturday. Let me check. Yeah, from what I can see here, it falls on a Saturday. I got this date straight from the timetable. So I would need to confirm with the department that is responsible for bookings so that I can book. Then I'll inform you of the date because ideally the time should be during class time. When you are having your classes, that's when the date will be. So I'll announce an exact date maybe in a week's time after I've checked the logistics. It won't be on a Saturday. I know on the study guide I wrote 15th of August, but 15th of August falls on a Saturday. Your test one won't be on a Saturday. It might be during the week leading up to 15 or week after. I will confirm that one. Are you guys comfortable with your test date? Yeah, I've just saw that one that falls on a Saturday. I will confirm the exact date next week. So put a question mark to that one. I'll come back to that one and announce it when I announce the venue details. All right, perfect. So this is the book. As I've already highlighted, even if you don't get the same copy, it is still fine as long as you have exposure to the module and you can go through the content. I'll be happy about that. So today we're covering just the basic concepts, that just the introductions. That's what we are covering today. So we're going to start with the fundamental economic problem of scarcity. So scarcity is when in economics we say the resources are quite limited, but our needs and wants are limited, especially our wants. Our needs are the basic needs. They can evolve as well. Yeah, before this era, you probably would have said a cell phone is a want, but nowadays a cell phone has become a need. So needs evolve and wants are limited. We are forever wanting new things that keep up with technology. So this presents us with an economic problem whereby our wants and needs are quite unlimited and the resources are quite finite. Hence, we call that the problem of scarcity, which is the fundamental problem of economics, whereby we have unlimited needs and wants compared to limited and finite resources. How we direct those resources to meet those unlimited wants, that's the fundamental economic problem. So by default, it means that some needs and wants might not be satisfied, and we might need to rank our needs and wants in accordance to importance and certify those that are higher priority. So that's the scarcity problems. Then, as you can see there, we have economic means. Economic means, as you see later, we are talking about the factors of production. The factors of production, we're talking about the resources that we employ to satisfy our needs and wants. So we have labor, which is the humans. We are part of the labor force. We offer our labor force to the industry when we work for the companies that we work for. Then there's capital, which is the money that is sourced by entrepreneurs to acquire resources. Then we have natural resources, which we term land. Then we have the entrepreneur who provides the enterprise. Then the reward for labor is your wages. You guys win wages and salaries. Then for your capital, interest is charged. Then for your natural resources, specifically land, the reward is rent. Then for your enterprise, the reward is profit. So those are economic means, and those are the rewards for those economic means. Then we have the macroeconomic ends that we're going to look into in detail in the next chapter. When we talk about the macroeconomic ends, we're talking about the 5 macroeconomic objectives. So you learn to appreciate these. You get to know them in detail as we cover this module. Number 1, we're talking about equitable behind sustainable economic growth. You see, when you look at this, we'll cover things such as GDP growth, real GDP. We'll separate, we'll look at real GDP, how we measure it from one period to the next. Then we have price stability, where we look at inflation, and we look at the purchasing power. Then we have employment, where we look at the unemployment rate. Then we have the POP, when we look at your imports, exports, a statement of our transactions with the rest of the world. Then we have equitable distribution of income, which we'll look at when we look at the Gini coefficient. So these, we'll cover them in detail in the next session, but an appreciation for these for now is important. We'll cover these in detail in the next session. So when you talk about the 5 macroeconomic ends or macroeconomic objectives, these are the 5, and get accustomed to them because I'm going to be asking you questions on this. Are you comfortable so far, guys? So that's the basic introduction, the first slide. So those are things that you need to know, that you need to be comfortable with. Any questions so far? Are you guys good so far? If you're good, give me a thumbs up. All right. Perfect. So we are going to start with the unemployment rate. So the unemployment rate, we're going to see how it is measured and how it is covered in the next section. But basically, when you look at unemployment rate, we are saying out of those in the labor force, how many of those are unemployed? So it will be the unemployed divided by the labor force. And you will see that there are two definitions of unemployment in the next section, the strict definition and the expanded definition. With the strict definition, you will see that we're referring to people that have taken active steps to look for employment, but still can't source for employment. While with expanded definition, you will see that you don't have to have been looking for work actively for you to be classified as unemployed. So as a result, we have your strict and expanded definition of unemployment that we're going to look at. So in that graphic, you see the unemployment rates. So you can probably see as well from that graphic that the unemployment rate lies between, let me just verify that because my slide is, let me just check it. This view is not exploding, it's not showing my slide quite well. Let me just check quickly how that graph looks, because on my end it looks like a small graph. But I'm sure you can see from there that your unemployment rate is somewhere between 29 and 29.5%. Let me just quickly check it currently just to check unemployment rate in SA. Let me just check it how it is at the present moment. So at the present moment, if you Google it, AI will tell you that the present unemployment rate, it is 32.7%. With expanded definition, it reaches 43.7%. So if you Google it, AI will tell you that our unemployment rate with the strict rate stands at 32%. But if you're talking about the expanded definition, which includes discouraged workers, it reaches about 43.7%. So yeah, let me interrupt with you for a second. So from your perspective, which unemployment rate do you think South Africa officially adopts? Is it the strict one or the expanded one? Yeah, I need a reason for that. Yeah, from your own reasoning. Yeah, I don't want you to be factually correct, but what do you think is the unemployment rate we use, the strict one or the expanded one, and why? Yeah, that's my first question. Do I have any takers for that one? Which rate do you think we're using in South Africa, the expanded or the strict, and why? Do we have any takers for that one? Any attempt to do, guys? Just want to see your logic in answering this one. Do you have any takers? Is that a hand up? I think there's a Ria. Which one do you think do we use?
I think we use the expanded one
Mhm.
because when you look at Stats SA's unemployment rate, they say from the age of 15 to something, I can't remember the exact. So it shows that it covers everybody, school leavers, those who are discouraged from the job market, those who are underskilled, those who are trying to find skills so they can enter the job market. So yeah, I think we use the extended one for those reasons. It covers an extensive range of South Africans.
All right, just to help you a bit, both cover mostly the same ranges, right? But the difference between the two is discouraged workers. The expanded one includes discouraged workers, currently stands at 43%, and the strict one stands at 32%. So based on that information that I've given, are you sticking to your answer or are you changing your answer, Ria? Are you still in that boat or are you changing your answer?
I'm tilted.
All right. So yeah, what will be your answer then?
Please give me the options again. You said it's extensive and
Expanded, which is 43%, or the strict definition, which stands at 32? Which one do you think we're using?
I might defer to the strict one.
Mhm. Yeah,
I'm
you are
confused.
correct on that one. Let me help you out on the reason. I think for political reasons, the strict one is the good one because it gives a small figure. Imagine if we adopted an unemployment rate using the expanded rate and the official unemployment rate of South Africa is recorded as 43%. That would be, yeah, that would cause some uproar and shock with why is it so high. So for
Yeah.
political reasons, normally we use the strict definition, which is
Oh.
32. So that one for political reasons, obviously it's a lower one, doesn't cause much alarm as the 43%. So the official rate, we use the strict definition. We exclude discouraged workers. Are you guys comfortable with that one? But we're going to look at it more detailed in the next class. We're going to look at it into more detail in the next class. Yes, Ntando? Wyatt?
Sir, sir,
Mhm.
sir,
Yes.
can you explain the concept of discouraged workers? Can you explain that part?
All right. So discouraged workers are people that have been looking for a job for a longest period of time and they've become discouraged. They're no longer actively looking. They're like, okay, I'm sure you have met a relative or you know someone from your hood who has been looking for work for the longest period of time and they're not getting any jobs. At the end of the day, they become discouraged and no longer sending their CVs, they're no longer applying. They just unemployed just unemployed, but they've given hope, they've given up hope for looking for a job. Yeah, that's somebody that we call a discouraged worker or discouraged person in terms of unemployment. Does that make sense to you, Ntando?
Yes, it's fine, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So when you look at the strict definition, we exclude such people. All right. The next slide that you see there is talking about the inequity gap, or inequality gap, which we measure using the Gini coefficient. South Africa is one of the countries with the largest Gini coefficient, as you can see there. It's one of the leading countries, actually. So the disparity between the rich and the poor is very high in our country. I'm sure you would have witnessed the conditions, the contrast in conditions between maybe Alex and Santin. These places are not that far from each other, but I'm sure would appreciate the gap in terms of the places. One is the richest square mile in Africa, while the other one, things are not so rosy. So that is an example to show you the disparity between two areas that are close together. So South Africa is the biggest inequality gap. The Gini index measures that, as you see from that graphic. Let me just check quickly what is currently the Gini coefficient, because at that time it was around 60 something. So with the Gini coefficient, the closer it is to 1, the more unequal the income distribution is. The closer to 0, the more equally distributed the the wealth in a country. So if you calculate just to check to be updated, South Africa consistently lies between 0.63 and 0.67, which represents one of the highest levels of income and consumption equality in the world. So that is what Google is telling you. There used to be a statistic when I was in first year, when I was doing my first year, that 10% of South Africa 10% of the richest elite in South Africa. They control about 90% of the resources in South Africa. Then we have the poor 90%, which includes probably the middle class and the lower class that are scrambling for the 10%. So that's an example of how unequal income is distributed within our country. So Gini coefficient, it is a tool which we use to measure the degree of inequity. So some of the mechanisms of redressing that gap, we will see them when we get to chapter 8, when we talk about the role of the government, such as taxation. But as of now, you can know that we are living in one of the countries which has high unequal distribution of income. So the Gini coefficient measures that. Well, there are some activities that we're going to look at in our next class. Yeah, these I can skip for now and come to here. These I can skip for now. We'll cover some of them in our next class when you have had some exposure to the book. When you've gone through the slides, probably we can cover these, but for now I can skip. So the next thing I'll look at is ways to approach scarcity. I've already mentioned what scarcity is. Now let's look at ways to approach scarcity. So when you look at ways to approach scarcity, we're talking about the different economic systems that are there. So there's the free market economy, where we have the production of goods and services, which lies on the hands of the private. So that one is called laissez-faire kind of enterprise, where production of ownership of goods and services lies within the private sector. Then at the other end of the scale, we have what is called a communism, or a socialist economy, where the government owns, controls the resources, controls who produces, what they produce, and how that is distributed. So those are the extremes in terms of type of markets. South Africa, we have a mixed economy. We do have ownership of some resources within the private sector, within the public hands. Then we have part of the ownership being done by the government. So there's an element of free market, and there's an element of capitalism as well. There's an element of capitalism and an element of government intervention. So there are quite a number of definitions there that I can cover as well. So there is the product market. Let me define what a market is. So a market, in the economic sense, we're talking about, it could be a physical place or it could be a place online, but it is a place which facilitates the meeting of buyers and sellers. That's what we call a market. Then we do have what is called a product market. So with the product market, this is where markets where specific products are sold. So there are different types of products that are sold. So these fall on they fall under what is called product markets. Then you also have what are called factor markets. So with factor markets, this is where factors of production are bought and sold. You could talk about a factor market such as being linked in, because that's where you advertise for your services as a potential worker and you're part of the factors of production. Or careers 24, there's an example of a factor market because people get hired there, right? Guys, I don't know, somebody's in control of my presentation. Were you zooming the slides or something there? I think someone accidentally took control of my presentation, and I think they cut my presentation. Let me share my presentation one more time. This is not what I was projecting. Let me just present it one more time. I think somebody by mistake took control of my presentation. Let me come back here. So while I'm still queuing that up, yeah, I was talking about your factor markets to see that this is where you offer your factors of production, like Carriers 24. That's an example of a factor market, right? Then you also do have what are called financial market. So the financial market also, you will see in your slideshow. The financial market, this is where it's a market which facilitates the movement of money or capital. So with your financial markets, it could be movement of short-term funds, which we call a money market for instruments that mature within a year. Or it could be capital markets, where we're talking about funds that have a longer maturity than 1 year. Yeah, I can see there's a hand up. Let me try to reshare my slides. Yes, Busiso, do you have a question?
Oh no, sir. I was about to say that I don't see your slides.
Yeah, I am resharing my slides. Somebody took control of my presentation. So, and they cut my slides. I think my slides are showing now. So that is what happened. I don't know. Are they visible, guys, or are they smaller font? Can you see my slides? Just to be sure. Can you guys see
Yes.
my slides? Are they? All right, perfect. All right, perfect if that's the case. Yeah, I don't. Let me see what I can do here. Because I don't want you to. All right, let me do this. All right. So now you can, yeah, now with this view, you won't move hopefully you won't move my presentation. All right, let me move on. There's also what is called a foreign exchange market. So a foreign exchange market, we see it every day on the news. This is where there's the buying and selling of foreign currency. We see the exchange rate of the rand to the dollar or the rand to the pound. That is in the foreign exchange market where foreign currency is traded and exchanged. Then we have perfect markets. Perfect markets is markets that are functioning perfectly. So there's a bunch of market information that I've went through that you need to go through in the textbook, the product market, factor markets, financial market, foreign exchange market, etc. Those are things that you need to familiarize with yourself as soon as you get your book, but I've just covered them briefly there. So there you see a diagram. When you go buy bread, you're buying it from the goods market. So the seller of bread is taking bread to the good market. Then in exchange, they get money. Then we have what we call market failure. So with market failure, we're saying if the market is allowed to operate on its own without government intervention, sometimes the market may fail in the sense that essential goods that are necessary to an economy might not be produced, and hence the government has to spend. Also, the government interferes to tax people, that is, to transfer funds from high income earners to low income earners. You will learn later that taxation is that means. And we're going to look at the different types of tax, which is direct and indirect, progressive, regressive, and proportionate. All of those types of taxes we're going to look at in chapter 8. Then also the budget, the government is there to craft the budget, which shows us a statement of government expenditure and income. So the government plays a vital role in an economy, which would be to stabilize the economy through its expenditure, as well as to provide public goods, which are essential in an economy, like street lights and refuse collection. Also to regulate competition, like if there are companies that are not trading fairly, like they want to come together and charge us high prices and exploit us, the government is there to regulate imperfect competition. There's also what is called externalities that you learn later. So with externalities, these are spillover effects that are borne by third parties. For example, some companies may decide to engage maybe in production of, yeah, let's say in production. So when they're engaging in production, this might result in pollution. So the government is there to ensure that if they're producing externalities, these companies get fined so that they don't pollute our air. Also, the government interferes to prevent what is called tragedy of anti-commons. When you talk about the tragedy of anti-commons, we are saying we might misuse the resources, or we use them to such an extent that there's nothing left for their future generations. So the government is meant to protect that. So that is what is called your tragedy of anti-commons in simpler terms. So the government is there to ensure that we conserve resources. There are no externalities like pollution. If there are positive externalities like your employment, the government wants to ensure that employment is generated by the firms. That is called a positive externality, while a negative externality is pollution. Also, there's what is called imperfect competition, like I've already said, where companies may come together, use their size to try to exploit us by charging our prices. The government is there to protect us against that, as well as public goods, provision of essential goods. So all those are the roles of the government in an economy. Then as well, I've already talked about government spending. What you're seeing right in front of you is an example of your budget. As you will see there in that example, you will see there that we have different areas like your tax revenue, government spending, budget deficit, GDP. So that's an example of your budget where the government is budgeting for expenditure within an economy. So that one is a loaded slide with a lot of information that you guys need to know. But are there any questions on that slide? Yeah, I covered quite a number of concepts there. But are you guys happy so far? Any questions regarding the slide? Are you guys good? All right, thank you. Go back to the slide though, guys. When you have the textbook, make sure you're comfortable with the terminology because the terms in the slide are some of the things that I might test you on the test, like your product market, factor markets, and financial markets. So just make sure you're comfortable with the terminology that you see in the slide. It could come in handy there. Then that's an example of your difference between your government expenditure and your government revenue. So the expenditure is the red line, then the revenue is the blue line. So as you can see there, we've been running a deficit for some while. A deficit is when your expenditure is greater than revenue. So since the fiscal year of 2009 and 2010, we've been running some deficits there. So it means the government has been spending more than it is what it is making. So that is to stimulate an economy overall. The opposite situation will be a surplus if the government is spending less than it is taxing people. So that's an example there of your budget. Then we have your public sector debt to GDP. So that's an example of the debt that illustrates the debt levels that have been persistent in our country. As you can see, they've been quite high, our public gross debt. So this is a measure of debt. Debt has been increasing up until recently. So that public sector gross debt from 1992 to 2018, it shows us the level of debt within the country. Then also our ESCOM debt is ballooned. I think we've seen this in the media. How the debt is ballooned is being documented in the media. I think this has contributed to the previous slide, the public sector debt. So we are seeing of late, public enterprises failing and they're getting more loans and failing. So that's your public sector debt. So we can see what happened. That slide is chronicling the debt at ESCOM, how it has been increasing. So I'm sure you agree with me that it's been a function as well of corruption and government misappropriating funds that has contributed to that. Any questions so far before I continue with the slides number 4? Are you guys good so far? If you're good, give me a thumbs up before I talk about the slide that is loaded with information as well. All right. Then we have government intervention. So government intervention, as I've already mentioned, it is meant to stabilize an economy. It is meant to ensure that failures of the market, of the free market, they don't overspill to an economy. So there you have your different policies. You have your monetary sector, as well as your monetary policy rather, and fiscal policy. We'll learn about this in detail, but let me just talk about them now. So with your monetary policy, this is a policy which is crafted by the Reserve Bank. So this one wants to manipulate economic conditions using money supply. So monetary policy crafted by the Reserve Bank want to manipulate economic activity through money supply. So there is an expansionary monetary policy, as you can see in the table. Then there's a restrictive monetary policy. So an expansionary monetary policy, we want economic activity to thrive. We want economic activity to increase. So we reduce interest rates and the government increases money supplies. As we know, when you reduce your interest rate, it means loans increase, it means economic activity increases. So the monetary policy is meant to stimulate economic activity which increases money supply. Then you also have your contractionary or restrictive monetary policy. This one wants to restrict economic activity if we are in an inflationary environment. So a monetary policy, an expansionary one, mostly we implement it if the economy is in a recession and we want to stimulate economic activity. We use the monetary policy where we we use the expansionary monetary policy where we reduce interest rates. Then on the flip side, let's say economic activity is too high and we want to cool down the economy, we want to say, let's reduce this economic activity. We implement what is called a restrictive policy. So with a restrictive policy, we reduce interest rates and money supply is reduced. So remember the saying, are you guys having a blank screen? Or are you saying something? Because I can see a comment by Amanda that you guys are having a blank screen. Are you having a blank screen or are you saying something, guys? Just confirm.
We can see, sir.
No, sir, we can see.
All right. Yeah, just check maybe it's a network thing, Amanda. All right. So with you, I was talking about inflation. So normally there is a saying that says too much money can be a result of inflation. So we can look at it when we want to analyze the monetary policy. So when economic activity is high, you want to reduce your money supply to control inflation, hence the restrictive policy. On the flip side, if economic activity is low and you want to stimulate it, you implement what is called an expansionary policy. Then there are fiscal policy, which is a statement of government expenditure and taxes. So with an expansionary policy, the government is spending more and taxing less. So with a fiscal policy, it is expansionary and restrictive as well, as you can see there from the table. An expansionary policy stimulates economic activity. The government spends more, taxes less. With a contractionary policy, the government is spending less and taxing more, obviously to control economic activity. So both the monetary and the fiscal policy are used in tandem by the government to control economic activity. Both are used in contractionary, they are used in recession to stimulate economic activity, that is expansionary. Then in inflation environment, we use restrictive policy. The difference is the fiscal policy takes some time to filter it is an administrative lag, while the monetary policy, it is more instantaneous. So those are your monetary and your fiscal policies there. So as well, there's what is called a balance of payments policy, which seeks to address our incomes and expenditure for the country. Then there's a wage and price policy that controls the wages and the price of commodity. I've already covered the expansionary versus the restrictive policies there. Then we have the economic objects. So economic objects, we're talking about your goods and services. What are the goods that are produced in economy and the services thereof? Then we have your real assets. Your real assets are the assets that we can see, like your property, your cars. Those are real assets compared to financial assets like your shares. Your shares are not visible, but you can get a share certificate, right? So they are not really physical, they're not real assets, but they are financial assets. Then we have capital goods as well. So with your capital goods, these are goods that are used to produce other goods. Then you have financial instruments such as your savings account, unit trust, share dividends, capital gains, etc. Then you also have what are called your real sector. Real sector is the sector that is involves the production of goods and services that are physical that we see, compared to the monetary sector, which involve the movement of funds. So all of these are economic objects. Then we are the economic subjects, the households. So we are the households. We talk about non-durable consumer goods. We consume non-durable consumer goods, which is your bread and everything that we consume quite quickly. Then also we have your durable consumer goods that last for a longer period of time. So those are the characteristics of your households. Then later on, we're going to talk about utility, which is the satisfaction that we get when we consume a particular good or service. Then there is the law of diminishing marginal utility, to say that the more we consume of a particular commodity, the less satisfaction we get from it. We come from a position of high utility initially, then as you consume more of the good, satisfaction decreases. I'm sure we have all encountered decreasing law of diminishing marginal utility. When you consume a packet of chips, for example, if you're extremely hungry, initially you are enjoying a lot, but as you become satiated, your utility decreases. That is the law of diminishing marginal utility. So there's quite a lot of information in the slide. That's very important. Also, as well, we can talk about firms that experience implicit versus explicit costs. So your implicit costs are those costs that are, I'll start with explicit rather. So explicit costs are your monetary costs, like your rent, that form the monetary costs that we normally see in businesses. So those are explicit costs, your accounting costs. Then you have those are explicit costs rather. Then you have your implicit costs. These are non-monetary, like opportunity cost. So there's an economic concept which is called opportunity cost. So by opportunity cost, we are talking about the cost of the best alternative that you could have done. So it's called the value of the best alternative foregone. We call that the opportunity cost. So you will read up on more of that. For example, if the best thing that you could have done was sleeping, if you're not attending class, then the opportunity cost of attending class is the sleeping that you forsake. So that's what we call opportunity cost when we look at the value of the best alternative that you would have foregone. Then firms experience explicit as well as implicit cost. I've already defined the difference between the two. Then you also have financial intermediaries. Yeah, I'm going to cover one or two more slides before I call it quits. I don't want to overload you with information because, yeah, I can see there's a lot of information that I'm touching on. But are you guys good so far? Any questions? I will cover one or two slides before calling it an evening because I don't want to overload you with information. I can see already I've covered a lot of new information. But are you guys good so far? Any questions so far? Yeah, I can see the thumbs up. Yeah, I'll just cover a couple of more slides before I call it an evening. Don't want to bombard you with a lot of information. Yes, wait, Sebo, do you have any question?
Sir, can you please repeat what you were saying? Because I got cut off. I had to reconnect again.
Yeah, I was just talking about your explicit and implicit costs, to say that your implicit costs it includes non-monetary costs like your opportunity cost, while explicit costs are the monetary costs that you face or the accounting costs that we're comfortable with. So producers face implicit as well as explicit costs. Then I did also talk about durable goods. Durable goods being goods we consume for a longer period of time. All the non-durable goods are goods that we consume for a short period of time. Then I briefly touched on financial intermediaries. Yeah, that's basically it. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, let me cover a few more slides before I call it an evening. Don't want to bombard you with a lot of information. Then slide 14 is talking about the circular flow of income. So it's part of the very important stuff that we're going to look at in our next section, where we look at your government sector. We talk about the provincial, local government, and public enterprises. Then we have your financial foreign sector, where we talk about trading partners, capital inflows, capital outflows, and all institutions that are involved within your provision of your goods. That's the foreign sector. Then we have your households. We are the households. We are concerned with production of goods and services. We are the households, right? So we are part of the first section, which is households. Then we have financial intermediaries. Then we have firms. So just a few things to touch on there on the slide that I'm going to do now. Let me just go there quickly on my end. So we have your households. So we are the households, we save our funds. So we normally save with financial institutions. So that's your financial investment. So these financial intermediaries channel our savings and the loan amount to firms. So that's why you see there's a loan there. Then firms make real investments. So we are the surplus units because we make savings that are used by firms, that are channeled to firms. And firms are the deficit units because they are borrowing, because they want to do a real investment. Then in return for those funds, firms pay regular interest payments, and they also receive regular, we receive income for the funds that we're saving. That's why we have regular interest income, while firms pay interest payment. So that's your circular flow of income there. And you see in the diagram at the bottom, we have three ways in which income or GDP is recorded that we're going to look at in the next sections. There's the income approach, there's the expenditure approach, and there's the production approach. All of that is the income in an economy. We're going to look at it in detail in the next coming classes. We will look at GDP measurement and the circular flow of income. So look at your income. There's an income approach, then there's a expenditure approach, and there's a production approach. So that's your circular flow of income. Then the other sections, we are going to cover them in our next class. I think they contain some of the practice questions that we're going to cover together in our class before we look at the information that we're going to do in our next class. So today, what was important is just the introduction of the macroeconomic objective, the ends of the macroeconomic objectives, the factors of production, the markets as we covered, the different types of markets, the role of the government, and the circular flow of income. So revise all those concepts that we've done today. Next week, we're going to take it a level up. We'll look at how we measure income, and we're going to look at the macroeconomic objectives in detail in our next class, which is going to be face-to-face. But are you guys good? Are there any questions that we covered on the content that we covered today? Are you guys good? Are there any questions? If you're good to go, give me a thumbs up.
Good.
All right. So next week is going to be a face-to-face class. I will check the timetable. I will create WhatsApp groups. Yeah, I've already got the numbers of the DFC group, but I will create two groups, the DFC group and the APB group. I'll post the link on your Moodle page. Yeah, I did say, I think that's also a request there. I did say the face-to-face classes, if you joined late, they depend on whether we have a revision, which would be weekends, or if I've cleaned up scripts, which could be on the week or during the week. Thursday, there's no face-to-face class. I think for this week, our classes are done because you guys said the TFC group, you did mention that you haven't received your timetables yet. So this covers your class for today, for this week rather. So I will create a WhatsApp link for both groups, probably post the links on Moodle page. Then you join your WhatsApp group. So I will use those WhatsApp group to communicate more information, like whether it's face-to-face, before I also announce it on Moodle. So you can watch out for those links. But for this week, this lecture covers both groups, the APB and the DFC ones. But in the forthcoming classes, we might have separate sessions. But as you are part of the WhatsApp group, I'll be communicating the information going forwards. But are you guys comfortable with what we did today? Are there any questions? Are you guys happy before I end class?
No question.
All right. Before I end class, remember, get the textbook. Try to get the textbook ASAP. just get started on reading. Next week, we'll do a few questions before we cover the content for next week. But it is very, very important that you start practicing now for our class test, which will be on the week of the 15th of August. All right, guys, if there's no questions, do enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll provide more information in our WhatsApp group and see you face to face in our next sections the following week. Have a lovely week. Have a lovely week and evening, guys. See you in our next class.